start recording. Keep forgetting to do that as soon as I switch over from my starting soon screen to this screen. So yeah, I'm sorry now. Instagram stuff. But how are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? We're playing more of the Great Ace Attorney. We're playing more of the Adventures of the Clouded Kokoro case. We're defending Soseki Natsume. Yeah, Soseki Natsume. And yeah. Oh shit, I forgot to change my game capture because earlier I was playing some Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals, and I'll leave my charger in there for now. My phone's on 75%, so I don't need to charge it right now. But yeah, earlier I was playing some Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals. Should I have my headphones in? No, I'm gonna keep on them. So just because I like to watch my stream when I play, and with Ace Attorney, it's like slightly annoying. Should I? I don't know. You know, I'll wear them for a little bit and see how I get on. If it's like too, then I shall take my headphones off. But for now, I'll keep them on. So yeah, we're playing more of the Adventures of the Clouded Kokoro, Clouded Kokoro case, and I'm surprised Stream Elements is in, but also not really surprised because Stream Elements always late, just always late. So yeah, let's get into playing. So Ace Attorney. Let's play some Ace Attorney. I need to change my game capture. Yeah. There we go. Also, I was looking through the special contents this here, and we can actually change Naruhodo's, Susato's, and Sholmes's outfits to this one. So Iris's homemade suit for Ryunosuke, Iris's homemade dress for Susato, and then Sholmes's Japanese jumbo mix. Now the thing is though, these only work for the Great Ace Attorney 2, and I need to turn Great Ace Attorney down a bit. Chronicles. Why do I have two sauces for Great Ace Attorney? I don't know. Oh wait, yeah. I thought I needed another sauce. I thought I didn't put another sauce for Great Ace Attorney on Friday, but turns out I didn't. I only had one. There's also these escapades. Say they play some short extra episodes. We have in the defendant's antechamber, in a first-class cabin, at a British Supreme Court, in Sholmes's suite, at Naruhodo's legal consultancy, in Mr. Natsume's room, on Briar Road, and in the Bailey. So, I think I might play these after I finish like the main games, like the two main games, which is Adventures and what's the other one? We have Adventures and Resolve. So, yeah. Okay, and then there's also some of the special options like accolades, which are the achievements, completion of. That is the one we're probably gonna get next, maybe, unless there's some others. So completion of episode 4. These are all the completion achievements. Completion of all the extra paid ones. Playing a game in all available outfits. So I'll probably, if I remember, I'll probably try and change the outfits when we start Resolve. For having dug around to find every argument about shovels and spades, run your hands through every debate about ladders and step ladders. That's in every Ace Attorney game, and that's the one we did a For having successfully presented evidence during the first cross-examination that occurs in both Adventures and Resolve. Presented a witness during the first cross-examination in both Adventures and Resolve. So we might have to do that in Resolve, I'm not sure. Having read every new idea on Iris's blackboard. Thoroughly examined the medical report card. That was from... I don't even remember what case that was from. Examined the bed, which we didn't do, so I might have to go back and do that. I don't think I'm going to do achievement hunting streams for... I don't think I'm going to do achievement hunting streams for Ace Attorney. Just because it's such a long game. And I know... And plus with... I know I said I'm not going to do that for Phoenix Wright, but I'm also not going to do it for Apollo Justice or Great Ace Attorney as well. Plus I only have 4 achievements left of... Phoenix Wright, so there's no point in going back in to some of the cases just to get like 1 achievement because they're all from 4 separate cases. The one of them is from the very first case, the first turnabout. The second one that I haven't got is the first one I haven't got from the first turnabout is answer Mia Fey when asked who the defendant is. There's one in Bridge to the Turnabout case from Trials and Tribulations, which is to hear all of his and Larry's childhood tales. The other one of the other ones is from Rise from the Ashes, and it's to check out every lunchbox Angel Star has to offer. That's from the first game. And then learn all of Armstrong's fancy foreign words from Recipe to the Turnabout from the first game. So yeah, there's no point for like me to go back into a 90-hour game and just to do achievement hunting streams. I'll probably, I don't know, I probably won't do those. For having identified the milliner responsible for the victim's hat in episode 3, that was the last episode we did. For examining the violin before talking with Iris about the Wilson topic in episode 4. For having examined the fireplace in Mr. Sholmes' suite whilst with Susato in episode 5. I'll have to remember to do that next episode. I don't know what that one is. For having named Takeshi Ouchi and Eugene Mikotoba as the victim in Resolve. Some of these are just in Resolve. Examined Miss Green's bottle before it falls from the table in episode 2 of Resolve. Erroneously answering Mr. Sholmes' question about who might have something that belonged to the convict in episode 2. So we've got 2 achievements in Resolve, in the second episode of Resolve. For presenting the armband to Lord Van Zeeks in episode 3 of Resolve. Talking with Gina after Ryunosuke regains consciousness following the incident with Toby in episode 4 of Resolve. And then we've got this achievement, which we've got 2 achievements where with a question mark. So what's the other one for episode 4? For episode, wait, what? We're on episode 3. I haven't read in every new idea. That might just be specific to this episode. That might be reading every new idea on Iris's blackboard might be just specific to this episode. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Oh, having examined the violin, that was the second one we hadn't. That's the achievement that we did last stream for this one. I think the only one left is either reading every new idea on Iris's blackboard, and well, we haven't done that one. We haven't done that one. So completed that one, and we're on the trial today. So maybe that's so wait. That's the one we completed last. It's from the blackboard in Sholmes' suite with Susato. That's what I did. Oh, we had to have heard it after the Wilson topic. Okay. So I have to go back and redo this one. I'm glad that it gives us that gives us like where to complete it. And this one, and we can only start this one in episode 5. Episode 5 of Adventures. Episode 2 of Resolve. Episode 3 of Resolve. And episode 4 of Resolve. Okay. Which one have we done of this? Oh, okay, this one is only in episode 3 of Resolve. Okay. I thought this was gonna be long, like this is gonna take place in like this achievement was you have to go through like almost every case to like do it. But that's not the case here with this one. Like, cause in Phoenix Wright, like the stepladder versus ladder conversation was present in pretty much every okay, the thing the thing is very loud in my ear, but not very loud. The soundtrack for Greatest Eternity is very loud in my ear. So what I'm going to do is go to settings and turn it down a bit. Can I not turn it down? Oh wait, can I not turn it down in the options menu? Oh wait, I've turned music off in the options menu. It's only available in title screen. I can't slow it down though. I'll have to turn my Spotify up a little bit and see how that sounds. I think that sounds fine. Does that sound fine to you guys? I mean, you can still kind of hear it. So yeah, okay, that is very quiet. I can't tell. Okay, this one is very quiet. So yeah. Anyways, let's actually get back into this case. Because after this stream, I don't want to go to bed too late. And after this stream, I want to make a compilation for YouTube. So yeah, we have a trial. We're back in the defendant antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? Oh yeah, literally in game, the last trial only took place yesterday. The last case only took place yesterday. We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her own one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Oh, here he is. Here's Soseki. Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Oh dear. Are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up earlier, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. You okay, Soseki? I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Damn, this guy really loves his alliteration, doesn't he? Really, because I can feel the tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes. Oh yeah, I forgot he calls us Naruhodo Esquire. I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mrs. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Oh yeah, the Reaper of Bailey. Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Mr. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? I'm just adjusting my microphone. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realised, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offence, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. There's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Wait, what is it? Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. This is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Hey! Let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yeah, shut up. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to New York with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this, I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikatoba Esquire. What does fucking locum mean? What does locum mean? What does locum mean? Locum. A locum or locum tenens is a person who temporarily fulfills the duty of another. The term is especially used for physicians or clergy. And it's usually used in temporarily fill vacancies in a hospital, clinic or practice owing to permanent staff being ill or away on leave. Oh wait, yeah, cause Kazuma was originally going to take this studies trip, but you know, he's dead. So what can you do? I mean, it's not really locum. It's just he's just full blown replacing him because you know, because we can't come back and retake this leadership or whatever. I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Time to go against the Reaper of the Bailey. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yeah. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for the fight. For this fight. Let's go. Okay, I want to look over the evidence one more time. Because I haven't done that since Friday. So... oh, we're back with that with the jury again. I kind of forgot about the jury. So let's go over the court record. Oh, we literally just have a map and a second-hand book receipt. A receipt discovered in Mr. Natsume's room for some books I had purchased from a second-hand shop before the incident occurred. Oh, 4:45, and it started, and it was at the murder happened around 5, I believe. The sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gabriel, Canterbury yearnings. And then we have a street map of where the victim was found. So the victim was found on Briar Road, and this is the like lodgings house, whatever it's called. This no good. The magnifying glass. This is the lodging house here that Soseki stays in. Wait, can I do the magnifying glass on the... no, I can't do the magnifying glass on the receipt. I guess I've had armband. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defence to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defence is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Exactly. Drink your wine. Very true. And the most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Hastily acquitted, and his unfortunate, violent end. I love how intertwined these cases are. This game feels a lot more solid in foundation than the Phoenix Wright trilogy. The Phoenix Wright trilogy, I mean, I'm comparing okay, I'm not gonna compare the whole of the trilogy to just the first game of Adventures. So I'm just gonna compare first game of Phoenix Wright to Adventures. I feel it's a whole lot more connected. Granted. We had the DL6 that was kind of mentioned in pretty much every case of the first game, except of course I think Rise from the Ashes didn't mention it, but that was added later on. I can't remember if it was mentioned in Rise from the Ashes or not. But it felt it just feels in this game in Adventures that they're a whole lot more connected. They're Also because they just mention like the previous case and previous cases, which other than Turnabout Sisters and like the fact that other cases had mentioned DL6, there's nothing else that really connects the cases that really well. Like, the only time they'll probably mention the last case would be like at the very start of the case. So for example, Turnabout Sisters, at the start of Turnabout Sisters, referencing the first Turnabout. And so yeah, this game feels a whole lot more like intertwined and connected than the first Ace Attorney, and I'm so glad that they've kind of like have like their feet and like kind of know what they're doing. It feels like they'll know a whole lot more than what they're doing in this game than in the first Phoenix Wright. Thank you, councils. I see both sides are in fine battle, and also because I mean that is understandable though, because the first Phoenix Wright was like the first Ace Attorney game. And while, you know, this is like quite a few years down the line. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Oh yeah, wasn't he in another case? Or like on the juror on another case, or like a witness for another case? Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. Well, you see what's what you get. I'm a peaceful living fellow. He looks familiar as well, but I don't think he was in another case. Oh! Joan! She's the maid. I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Of course you would be! Was it actually your husband or you that did it? Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Eh? Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Very well. Let us proceed. Let's go. Let's do it. Your opening statement, if you please. Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from the same land as certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. Murder. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who's doing nothing more but walking down the street. A knife crime, I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. A bloody oath they are. I swear he is a witness. I'm gonna look up the Great Ace Attorney witnesses. Great Ace Attorney I can't spell Chronicles, apparently. Witnesses. He was a witness. He was a witness in the last case. I know it. Yeah! He's Bruce Fairplay. He's Bruce Fairplay. He was in the last case. Yeah. Never thought I'd see a jury member so soon. See a witness even on jury duty. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Eh? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Your name and occupation, please. Oh shit, yeah, it's Gregson. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarise the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by an attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So I don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. So, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Okay, we'll have a little look over that in a minute. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. And it is now in the court record. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the young woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
A theft and grievance had been ruled out as motive. What reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the poor woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. I mean, to be fair, he was the only one on the street. So it would be reasonable to assume it would be reasonable to assume that he was like the killer. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. At least he's self-aware. At least he's a self-aware king. Self-aware king. We love that. We love it. We love a self-aware king. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For all, it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Okay, let's have a look at this. This weapon. And the case file. Details. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Pavement of Briar Road, east side. Reporting officer Rolly Beat. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Over details are unknown. Apart from a single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested by the following day. Then we have our jackknife. Oh, that's kind of blunt. No way that I could stab someone. Oh, look at Mr. Naruhodo. Just look at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right, well spotted, Mrs. Sato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yeah, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Yeah, that's a bit weird. Not that. I want to go back. Okay. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Okay, I'm guessing these are the books that he just bought with the receipt. Ah yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. And it has been added to the court record. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. You don't know what evidence we have, though. Well, forgive me, long-bred Sikhs, but the defendant is not denying everything that you put it. Why are you doing this, Mrs. Sato? Do you go on? Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold hard slabs of the stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat? That's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full colour. What will the world come up with next? Computers! The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying accident. That does not mean that he is guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there was nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Oh shit, that's right, isn't it? It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Okay, so I think we could provide the receipt for the last statement. So let's save here before we do our cross-examination, just in case it goes horrifically wrong. So what was that last statement about the... I wish you could individually choose the statements instead of just having to scroll through them. You know what I loved about the Phoenix Wright trilogy? That we could easily speed through the testimonies. I'm looking at who the books belong to. We found the book. Oh wait, they found out he we found them out. Let's just press it anyways. You asked for the help of the famous detective Sherlock Holmes to locate the defendant, I believe. Stuff and nonsense. Sorry? That Jack in office, that busybody, just comes and sticks his oar in whether we ask him or not. But according to what I have here, Mr. Shumps was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives. Well, that was nothing to do with me. The lads at the scene must have done it without my permission. Ah! I tell him time and again. Whenever something happens, send words to headquarters. Then follow your blooming instructions. I see. Bloody hell. If that meddler gets his hands on any details, we'll all be reading it in Rant's magazine next month. You can bet your last farthing that I'll be in there too. Stripped over all my hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. No, Mr. Sholmes. Aren't you clever, Mr. Sholmes? That's all the thanks I've been getting. Inspector, if the man is proving detrimental to the yard's activities, perhaps I should step in and deal with him. Ah! It appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words. Yes, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously. Anyway, the point is this. That little Japanese bloke's already admitted it. He's admitted that those books all of the payment at the scene were the ones he bought that day. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway a jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Yes, they're sure to find him guilty. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. Okay, so there's an inconsistency. 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Let's look at this. So we have, let's use our little handy dandy magnifying glass to see, is there anything interesting here? Nothing really too interesting, other than, you know, like the books and obviously the dead body. Let me have a look at the thing again. East side. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about to put the victim on the accused. Audibly, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed from the ground. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from the books shop, it seems. Okay. Let's just press each thing first. I like fog, you say? Well, like for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that it gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, and so I expect you to appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day I was nearly trampled by the horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Since that's a sign, I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. Yep. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my land friend, because that is what this is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right, one of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. And then we must hear his testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call him to the stand should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog may have been, no one could have seen. Street lamps. I'm unaware of the situation of your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas street lamps. Ah. The prosecution there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness, which means we really need to hear those witnesses' statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defence is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Hold it!
From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The hand of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's being treated at bars. I was hopeful that she'd come round before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Look, he's on your client's side, it seems. It would have been more lucky if we had the witness, though, to tell us, hey, so this guy didn't actually do it. I didn't see who did it, but I know it wasn't him because he was blah, 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 blah. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings, I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. Who the fuck can carry 3 books in one hand? Not me. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with the books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a regular basis even. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The block's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's location is this place, Bourbon Books. Is this from Bourbon Books? No, it's from your books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. The local map has been updated in the court record. Yes, I concur with your conclusion. What did he say? What did he say? Script it. Yes, I conclude with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the shot at the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be a vital point of what did she say? Could just turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important thing that the most important point that the inspector just made being the bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favour? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well, then I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? What the fuck does sardonic mean? Grimly, mocking, or cynical. Okay, so like let us present the receipt. I knew that was probably the first piece of evidence we needed. If I could stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. Yeah, you're in court. Shut the fuck up. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand shop not far from the Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. Don't rule out any possibility. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question, and this receipt proves it. Fuck off with your objections, then, Seeks. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever this man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Where is this bookshop, anyways? I disagree. I mean, after all, I just stream out here if that may be of help. Yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely, it absolutely could be, right? Could. Possibility. So why the fuck is the maid on the jury? She's, I feel like she shouldn't have. She has some connection to this case. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here at the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east. It's on Calabash Street. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown the way he regales with such witticism. He's basically saying, you are not a clown. You are the entire circus. I love that meme quote. To your future career in the circus. Yeah, you put that glass down now, I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of Bourbon books, there's no doubt that he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Womp womp. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ah! As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck. What the fuck is. I don't even remember her name. I don't even remember her name. Sure. I'm gonna look it up. I don't remember. It's like Juno. It's a J name. I remember. It is a J name. Joan. Shut the fuck up, Joan. Shut the fuck up, Joan. Shut the fuck up. I swear. What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What? What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's obviously right. Must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. It claims Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but it's an objection. He actually did he? The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. You see. He might have gone this way, but he could have just gone. He could have easily just have gone this way, and just gone boom. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. Yes. I got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took. I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the book seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. Their day was no exception. He said he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took. I don't believe this. Fuck's sake. Naruhodo just is just like, can't be arsed with these fuckers. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors? Fuck. But even if that is the case, the defense still... Bruce is just like, shut the fuck up, Ryunosuke. I'm done with your bullshit after the last case. I agree with Lord Fancy wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it! Does this mean we members of the jury are completely convinced now? Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
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 You fucks. You little shits. You. I want to punch every single member of the jury in the face. It would appear the jury's leaning is not unanimous. Unanimous. They're not anonymous. We know who the juries are. We know their faces. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Shut the fuck up. We don't care about the Queen. Not our Queen. Mr. Naruhodo. No. Not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those with the eyes of quarry, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written in antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course, we're ready. I'm also familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his ally. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Judicial findings! For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it could only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes, nice shops, that. But burn books? No, not worth a visit. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene of the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in a green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant has then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? How is he supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How could I possibly make a case for defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it. Jury examination. And we just have, what is his name? Gregson in the background being like, are you sure you want to do this, mate? This seems like a bullshit move. He's just like deadpan staring at us. We don't care. Nothing wrong with that. You wouldn't have known. Yes. Yeah. What work? What work do you have to do? Juror number 5. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a labourer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. And neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right and centre. They have to cheap labour to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. So, you're out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, weren't you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. Oh, what? Another coincidence? That's right. Meerschaum Street it was. Oh! Meerschaum Street. It's literally just like right next to... I'm not missing out. There are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5. I need you to add that information to your formal testimony, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. This, you fucker. There it happened. I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk.
Objection!
Connect against each other. These two statements are very out of one another. As counsel, explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words is now extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. On the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable, which means the defendant's route home was blocked. Could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right here. Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we've seen now that he had no choice. Yeah. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may, thank you for the lurk, chaotic energy. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Yes. I don't think in all good conscience I can say that the man's guilty now. Yes. I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get back to the bottom of what really happened. 1 not guilty. 1 not guilty, everyone. That is a win. That is a win. What about you, sir? Oh, me. Well, alright then. If there's all in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. We have 2 not guilties. 2 not guilties versus 4 guilties. Ah, well done, Mr. Naruto. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify more and more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, it's exactly what we've got to do. Fancy's looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to present by whatever means we have at disposal. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation and examination, please. Yes, my lord. I'm still not guilty at this point, so I can see why this trial goes from here. Whether it's digging up blows or digging up the truth, you've got to see it through to the end, haven't you? Your books, yes, nice job that. Well, not worth a visit. What do you mean by that? Sorry? Fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. Now, what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and dunked my head. It's always worse how the snow stops falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right, I live in Compact, you see. Getting down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. Significant. You've changed 2 of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruto. Yes, just 2 more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now! It's time to turn the tables here. I should know how to do a successful takedown. I suppose words will have to suffice for now. If he said the green collapsed before his eyes, why can't it? Let me see. Wait, let me have a look. He's wearing green. And he also... And you can't tell what his hair looks like from the back. I mean, I presume he's bald. But yeah, you can't assume... And they had like the same body type as well. So you can't assume that he was talking about the victim.
Objection!
These two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. My, whatever do you mean, sir? You know exactly what I mean. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact on which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him and on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Nuh-uh. Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to harder hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Oh, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who saw Mr. Natsume if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my. Oh god, these shots are epic. You idiot old man. If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. Really, what were you thinking wearing a befuddling coat? What did you just say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? This guy was fight juror number 2. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but you'd like to change your leaning, I presume. I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would do. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well. Four versus 2, everybody. 4 versus 2. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes to the noes 4. So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Could it seem churlish to me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Seeks. It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yeah, we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? Whatever do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said here is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right, it took me the whole day and they paid me a measly 2pence for it. Now, my Lord Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue now. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Do I still have to measure up on my phone? Do I still have to measure up on my phone? I don't think I do. I want to see how like long my room is. I'm re-downloading the measure app that comes with iPhone's measure. Now I'm going to go from my door to just behind my computer to see how long that is. So, what is that? Oh, look. Come on. Come on in. Yeah, that is about 3.4 meters. Okay, so wait, let me see. What would 2.5 be? Like 2 meters be? That would be like from just out my door. So about 2. My mirror. From my door to my mirror, that's like 2 meters. Would you not agree? My Star Wars friend. Eh? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing it anyway. We just turn any gentlefolk back where they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah. Is that true? The incontrovertible, I keep forgetting what that word means, truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man? Cold man, you can talk! You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there suspicious looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I God says I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. Validly 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. Order, Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord? If you had such a trench argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I want to give this young fine student a sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have reached, I feel. Bah. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted, bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Here are 2 witnesses. Witnesses, please state your name and occupations for the car. Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. I'm Mrs. Beater. Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name, and I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honourable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Probably from Gregson, honestly. Indeed, apart from a rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. Oh, yeah. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honour. And a man of slumber. Yeah, my man needs his sleep, honestly. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. Wow, great witness is going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. He's just a little guy, honestly. Witness testimony. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, 2 silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the front floor, and the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man and dog. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. It was fucky though, did you... Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If the testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing. And on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination, yeah. Just checking this card. Notification. Okay, everything's good. now. We have got to save before actually conducting the cross-examination.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beetle? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down on the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? Ah, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly. I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. No, it doesn't. Kindly adhere to the point. You're going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But police is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, I find such noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They're so cute. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps? And then, kindly describe what happened next. Let us press this.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes. That's right, they're coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. I am certain that at the time, there was nobody else nearby. And yeah, oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Ah yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. B. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. But that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? Let's just press all of them and see what happens.
Hold it!
Scarred something? What do you mean by that? Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer, we realised what it was. Didn't we, darling? What? Ah yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dark without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the tall mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right, he looks down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Ah yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat, so I told Patricia to find the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved, the actions of two model citizens. Oh please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? Okay, let's press this last one. Fuck! So that's... Is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, what does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? You could assume someone was here. Well, what are you trying to say? I think you would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within that testimony. What do you mean somewhere else? The statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. But simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If you don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavourable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be so up against it? But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? You absolutely could. Most Londoners have exceptional eyesight, you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough, and my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Ha. Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous right across the globe, I believe, but it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Ah, yes. It was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the most unmistakable. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san that he saw running away from the scene of the crime. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so it seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out of it. What? No. Oh, no, it's really not at all. Not at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like, oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. I could every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is. That will do, Mrs. B. No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fists down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. B. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I could even tell you the names of the 4 books I dropped at the scene. Wait. He only dropped 4, not 4. 3.
Objection!
So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's I remember all of them. The picture of man saw somebody, what's it, Uranus, and Wilson for someone, the thing, and Thingamy's something. I'm sorry, Mrs. B. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me. Sorry. It's a big old lump of a dead body. That lady so large her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book. That's all. Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. B. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly drop the 4 books you describe. Why not? Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume. Ah, evidence. Did you just forget you're in a court of law and have to present evidence, Ryunosuke? Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop the 4th book? Simple. The receipt.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books? Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. No. Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. So, it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, no. No! Yeah, it could have been the old guy.
Objection!
Who also went to the bookshop that day. We don't know how many books he got. At least I don't remember how many books he got, because I don't think he stated it. It's plainly evident that it is your house of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well that you have no hope of disproving. Ah. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? Ugh, he sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against us. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. What do you mean entirely accurate? You see, the matter is not up for debate. I've seen on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. Well, he didn't buy 4 books though, he bought 3. He got 3. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... You're gonna start a fire one day, you know, Van Zeeks. Allow me to present another on one that shows the victim's hands. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No! No! Dude. I hate this guy. I hate this guy so much with a burning passion. Order! There, you see? Look at that. Look! Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let's study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody over. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabriel, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly. Save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beats... But then it's not flawlessly then! It's flawed! Mrs. Beats' power of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book should be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book. I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my lord friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused's lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I was right into that, didn't I? You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? Raise an objection.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed, for a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mrs. Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why, so we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Susato's side has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let this go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence has apparently offered us a profound insight into this case, and hitherto been overlooked. The fourth book.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic printout scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as well as you all know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You'll identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals?
Got it!
I'd ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back, or what do you... Good gracious. It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to root out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Council. Explain this theory of yours. Why are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this tome has suffered? Its owner, maybe? My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. About the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may very well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this book? Who do we want to guess? I'm gonna guess. I'm just gonna guess someone. This guy.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Gardab, the landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate works, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Gardab herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Gardab's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Gardab's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps there. This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room of the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Gardab's house. Good lord, what sort of an incident, Counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The belly furniture started going up as well. The worst of it, I lost my favourite, book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that the subject of this debate. Oh dear me. This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Gardab was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Gardab even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. Can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. God, that's right. Had all my favourite novels in that case. but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime? No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted at the very evening of the incident, and there was no report of the Garradab's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garradab household. But it's not conceivable that the window was open at this time, and not even remotely. Let's not forget the season, the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garradab's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight? Honestly, implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake? How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. And he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what do I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry? What's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings, but then one must always exercise patience in order to savour the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been. If books are your predilection, my lord friend, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty.
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 I feel like they just added vaguely posh accents to like half of them. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Oh yeah, we still got a thing, don't we? We have whatever it's called. Mr. Seto, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. Yeah, whatever that is. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. The defense asked... What did he say? My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. What do you mean? You believe you still have the tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. To be continued, and we have the second part of the trial. So I'm going to try and get through like as much as I can of this, because from looking at it online, it's a very long part of the trial. So I'll try and get through as much as I can, and if I can't get through all of it, I'll try and stream another day and do it. But I'll try and get through all of it because I'm working tomorrow, so I can't stream tomorrow. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So the counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, you Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Judicial findings. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, DNA, those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dear me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all the members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. Let me check this Discord notification real quick. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some of a tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking it might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. There's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Oh yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say, Mrs. Gardeb. With a book that disappeared from the Gardeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand, there must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find, using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Gardeb and how she reacts even to things other people say. Oh, look at them there. They're so cute. Let us quickly save here. I mean, we did only just save. But I don't want to go through all that dialogue again. I'm gonna press this guy. You want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day labourer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some reddies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe me. Believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss then. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, do you know, it's funny, I can't quite remember, sorry. It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by a scarf. Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Hold it!
I need to put my phone on charge in a minute. So, 30%. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry? What's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about the fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? What, was it some kind of devil worship? Of course not, it was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, of course, obviously. It seems that is a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over my room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how do you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. But then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a horror. I knew it was devil worship all along, but something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even if the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes, I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do, and if anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit. I have an idea. Pit against this guy.
Objection!
That was the weakest objection I've ever heard. These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They do. How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's accounts of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he wants to open his windows in the middle of winter. Oh yes, of course, because there was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household, and Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh my hat!
Excuse me!
Let's pursue her. Juror number 4. Do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadeb. Oh dear me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is this? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire after they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering, even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement.
Hold it!
The fourth book, found at the scene of the crime, shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us he has been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw the book at your husband? The copy of the wait, what? Did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he has been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I held it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well as you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Oh, you good? You good, dude?
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5? You know something. I remember what it was, the memory I'd blocked out. Ah. It was listening to what this granny was saying, brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garadeb, I'm the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I'd just earned that day, and I nearly died. There's a hole, every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. Oh. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rags, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is... well, it's so uncivilized. At least with honor, using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later if I dare.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back? What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other objects besides the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? Why are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling that this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other objects making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't really any real evidence to make. Wait, what? But I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadeb household to the scene of the crime was the knife.
Take that!
During number 4, Mrs. Garadeb. What now? But what the fuck did he say? What the fuck did he say? I must apologize in advance for this, but I need you to confirm something else for the court. Now I need to put my bin lamp on charge. This knife, have you ever seen this knife before? Ah. Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. My lord, remember when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that has been opened to clear smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh? Even my missus hasn't got an aim like that. Yes, oh my god, has my thing just refused to? Okay, it may be my webcam that needs, let me have a look. There we go. It may be my webcam that's kind of shit. But also it was 15 quid off of Amazon, what do you expect? Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. Or maybe I just knocked the thing, the USB from when I was plugging my moon lamp in. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Ah. Mrs. Garadeb. Yeah, answer, please. What did he say? Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, I feel like my mic has just gone down to just completely shit quality. My lord. I wish to change my decision. Well, let me check my audio. What did you say? I'm going and of my word after all. I'm gonna see. Let me look at my audio input capture. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman, I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this. About this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. 4 over. We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors call guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Now that Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Okay, like a corked wine, the first sips are better enough. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more apparent that between the crime scene and the Gardab household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road, which means that the distance from the Gardab's house to the scene is some, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards, that's around 14 meters. 14 meters? That's a little farther than I'd imagine. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightfully noted as having a portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smouldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house travelled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mrs. Sato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning, and as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Gardab, must be called to testify and submit a cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Oh, I'm sure that's never happened before. Order. Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's partial theory has any truth to it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume that they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir. Well? Good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh, and order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. The case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gardab. Believe me, a London bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Gardab house are top-hinged casement. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Broly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Ah yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins of drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you. You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Gardab's room. Alright, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it is a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Oh wait, what did he say? Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown out through the open window, it would have been clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in windows is complete. There's never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted today. That can't be. Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. And I need to put my phone on charge because it is Yes, put your phone on charge. Oh, Roller, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again. The court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh god, another desperate situation. Okay, let's save first for this cross-examination. Let's press this. How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. As the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. Yeah, he did. To patrol the streets of London, to uphold the peace of the common man is what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word. Overrubbing my tired eyes admittedly. Sir. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadab? I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That's a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir. I'll answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garadab's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. And that has just been added to the court record. Let's have a little. Can we have a little look at it? We can. Principles of policing. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives.
Hold it!
Okay, let's press this testimony. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark them up. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Well, would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garadab's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Let's pursue her. Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beetle? Not Beetle, B. Sorry. You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We were really so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realised. Oh yes, that street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable beat. Oh, yes, that's right. That's the main reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garadeb household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see, sir. That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garadeb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garadeb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have the information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. And now it's my turn, I think. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front.
Hold it!
Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honour, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadeb's house. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even that, if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hands from the moment we arrived on the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her bag, in her bag, and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be a common friend between them. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. What? You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman now, by word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you will let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. Beat. I'll allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of the least resistance is a sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
Hold it!
Mrs. B, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I'm sorry, I did it. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. Ha. And I know why I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh yes, well, that's a little embarrassing really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made my arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
He reacted. Constable B, is there a problem? No sir, no problem sir. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Like on. Welcome on in. Like on. Welcome on in. How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? Oh my god, I'm tired. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Look on his French unicorn. Ah, okay. Well, in a way, that's cool actually. That's pretty cool. I just was like, oh, I don't know. I do not know how to pronounce your username. Well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. B lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back in 10 minutes, but my darling was gone for a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? I was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until now, just now. How'd you do, my darling? Oh yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was all that about? Constable B looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. B about the bouquet. Mrs. B, this bouquet you just mentioned, I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh really? Yes, I'd love to. Let's ask her about the bouquet. Let's see. Until I have to time for one moment, so nothing strange to report.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet? Turned Scottish for a second. the bouquet at the scene of the crime. Yes, that's right. I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, there was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need a reminder, Mrs. B, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably? That's right. Silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of the Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed, isn't it? But the worst of it, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought for me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary with odd bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Oddman Zinks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Gardeb household. In front of the Gardeb's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please? Now, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I'll do my very best not to forget Mrs. B. I am quite tired, as you can tell. Sure.
Objection!
You claimed, Constable B, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you got in the scene, but that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. B, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped to the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of the meager bouquet, if a single bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager?
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honour. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why I really didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way round. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Gardeb's book. Mr. Gardeb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the road. I have just checked. What did he say? What did he say? What did he say? I didn't get to read it. Would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street, and yeah, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it's actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garadab's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you're... It sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good. Mrs. Garadab's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garadab. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offence. It's called tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason. He's part of Scotland Yard. Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my lord friend, who could possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate... What was the last word that he said? Deception. Elaborate deception. Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular reason. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? That would be Rolly B.
Take that!
Let me just send out this timer. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly B. It was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense. Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby who works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. Beetle. You said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him who did it. But he ran away from the scene though. If that was true, Constable B would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. B, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and then you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime, to hide something. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable B had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be My brain is not braining today. I know what that word says. I just cannot speak it. I'm tired. Why can't I say it? I know how to pronounce it. The pronunciation is in my brain. Why is it not? irreflexibly. Best we're gonna get. Damaged. With the stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim actually fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what the Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That is certainly what everybody has been led to believe, but in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nepalese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Here.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garadab's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious.
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But its witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It kind of been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume? Exactly. The prosecution to the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeeks said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was... Oh my god. It was only the bouquet that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defence's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat. Yeah, how do you respond, mate? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only, it seems, it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly. Order. What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, really, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say. What? I really am ever so sorry about all of this. And for damaging the Yard's reputation for everything. I have a possible explanation for why on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zeeks it is the foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to hear the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defence, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
Take that!
I realise I'm a foreigner in this land, and I've only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that though honourable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. For example, keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat is all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh yes. It was our first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapsed on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said is alright. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? He probably does. It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then, it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying. and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did it have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? Why indeed? Why is the big question here. It's a cop's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street, and then what? And then what? Tell us something, please. I'm... Why is he crying? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted... Just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined, and so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighbouring beat's care. You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would have never left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't it? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely. 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Gaideb household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I've just found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. Weird. And when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. Maybe the book dropped on the window before she died, and so she went to pick it up. Whoever stabbed her in the back while she was picking it up, and it just stayed in her hand when she became unconscious. You sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. The 4th book's information has been updated in the court record. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There was only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who did it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord? Yes, Lord Van Zeeks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir? What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to get to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let us be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. That's what you were saying before. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Ah, never again, sir? You mean to say... Please, now. The trial's not over yet over. Sir. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Van Seeks, is this true? Our favourite jury member is... Very well, name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated this crime. Joe.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again. My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Gardeb. Me? Oh, dare you me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Gardeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Gardeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to be clear, smoke from the room your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Gardeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury didn't need to testify, didn't it? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all during number 4. Oh, make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you knew something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a common garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how do you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Gardeb? Yeah, come on. How can you not notice a knife going missing? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hate yourself? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you're thinking. Come along now. Chop. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm going to have to testify. Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. How dare me? So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Gardeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. It is so cold in my room right now. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes. My name is Joan Gardeb. And I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh dearie me. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Oh, it's John. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Well, I think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what are you needed? Don't you worry about that. I hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Gardeb? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Well, yes, I am. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that is your husband. You will recount clearly and precisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. Witness testimony. Now I'm going to save. On the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. He had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you are just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus now is such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to afford anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Forensics may well be right. Well, whatever the chance is, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. Okay, let's go. Let's go. And that's it. Oh no, I just saved, whatever. Let's pick up a fancy throw it to him.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire, as far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a Susato's takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did you know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall, but I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see, some bread, a cabbage, a garlic, a towel, and a sponge,
Fine.
a
Shoot,
napkin.
Bernard.
Proceed.
Excuse me.
Do you have anything to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb. Eh? Don't shoot. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit over every ballot. Good grief, woman, we're not at home right now. This is a court of law. How dare me? Ever so sorry, dear. She seems kind of a shitty person. What's she even doing with teapot here? Honestly, John, I'd never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose did that happen? Your pipe, sir? Had the things in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yeah. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see. Your pipe was broken. It would never have been seen flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I'd managed to bandage the thing up for now. Ha! You all want to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what should make of this account. It could be important. The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now to be of great significance. Though this war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Okay. Weird. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. And the piper has been added to the court record. Hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thank you, Susato-san. Thanks to Susato-san. We have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadab. Now if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Enter knives, as I noticed. Let's have a little look at the pipe. Oh. Oh shit. How does he not notice that thing in there? Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here. Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be the tip of the jackknife that we mentioned earlier. I don't think there's anything else, is there? I don't think so. Doesn't know what it looks like anyways. The place concerned noticed they about 1 or 2 minutes with this braid. Nope.
Objection!
The witness's last statement is clearly at odds with this piece of evidence. What? So Council failed to see the connection. Oh. And for heaven's sake, would you kindly desist from that wide-eyed, panic-stricken look you won't wear? But it's only panic-stricken look I know. Okay, let's have a look at the knife. Knife, where is it? There it is. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip, a small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this? Ah, that's a tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Garadab's pipe. Yes, just maybe. Oh my, it's a perfect fit. Somehow I just knew it. Just knew it. Okay, letters. Finally.
Objection!
The witness is asked. Ah! I know I'm right somehow.
Objection!
Mr. Garadab, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does. Dear me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must, be very dizzy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. Very cool. What may appears at first to be just a tiny scrap is, in fact, a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadab's pipe. Oh, my pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got in there. What precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the truth of this case, my lord. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. What if it will be the knife?
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's bag. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. Nuh-uh. We just said it was in the pipe. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadab's pipe. Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks? I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh. Order. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zeeks has figured it out too, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is, when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadab's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught, knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. She's shaking there. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garadab flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadab, instead striking for the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garadab's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. Ah. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garadab's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back below of the street below. Oh gosh, okay. No!
Objection!
Stretch. A full body theory, I'll give you that. Yeah. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Okay? Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. Again, theory. The bottle, I say, is corked. Because you see, it's spoiled by an unsurmountable inconsistency. What? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Ah. That's right, you silly little man. Now, John, good thing. What are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and fallen to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. His dressing gown is burned. Ada, I don't know if you just noticed that. Quite right. You see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well, she's lost her words. Look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though. What really did happen? It appears the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. My theory has even one inconsistency it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned thread, is history. Come on, Naruhodo. We got this. We were so close, I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Mr. Sato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you are on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record. I'm sure all the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. Tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. Nuh-uh.
Objection!
Nuh-uh. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yeah, test. Come on, let's go. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying, counsel? There is a piece of evidence that in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness. Utter badness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. The burnt book. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be revealed. The evidence that explains how the fallen knife became lodged in the victim's back is the fourth book.
Take that!
The Lion's Pride. The fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence that the defense will present. The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Gowdam's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be as seen in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But, as we all know now, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as a part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however. As a part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But, what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. So clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo. I think I begin to see what might have happened now. Oh dear me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadab household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Garadab. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh, heavens. And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Ah. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there was never a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Shock. Horror. Oh my god. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadab, the very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wonder if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Mrs. Garadab. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? It was an accident. It was an accident, honestly. I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. John dear. It's alright, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry. Oh no. Oh no, don't. Joan, get up, please. Joan, get up. Joan, get up. Is the older man just not gonna not guilty? Lord Van Seeks, what news on Mrs. Garadab? She's been taken to the infirmary, but it appeared that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There's good news, however, my lord. I've just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. There he is. There's the man himself. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I'd like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. You good, dude? No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought that she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I'm truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit that led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lion hairs from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask you one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of the jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does it mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Woohoo! Ooh, not guilty. Ooh. Thank you. Oh my god, I didn't even realize. Thank you, Kai, for the raid. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hello, everyone. I didn't even get did the alert not sound? The alert being weird. But thank you for the raid. I must have not noticed the raid. The alert. Yo, hope you're good. I am good. Yes, I am good. We're just at the tail end of this trial. Turns out that the accident that happened like the stuff that happened to the victim was all an accident in the midst of a couple that was just arguing and fighting. But yeah, I'm good. How's your stream? How's your stream? I saw you were playing modded Lethal. But yeah, how's your stream? Was it as fun as you'd hoped? I hope it was fun. I hope it was fun. I hope it was fun, Kai. Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Ooh, not guilty. Ooh, yeah, when well, some technical issues testing my new setup in my new flat. Well, technical issues are to be expected from time to time. You know, that's just how Twitch is, honestly. What was I gonna say? I don't even remember. I'm tired. You can tell I'm tired. I don't even remember what I was gonna say. Oh yes, I have such better internet now. I am so happy. Well, that's good. That is great. That is great. I hope you have a fun little time in your new flat and with your new setup. You've got to send that in the Discord. I want to check it out eventually. But yeah, hope you had a very, very good stream. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh yes, Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture, and may you never again be brought before me. Oh yes, sir. Of course. All my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. Transported to tears. Yeah. This man, our beloved Soseki Natsume, goddamn loves his alliteration, doesn't he? Thank you, council's court is adjourned. Woohoo! Court is adjourned. Woohoo! And we're back. We're back in the Old Bailey. Old Bailey is the building. We're back in the defendant's antechamber. Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last. I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation. My man loves his alliteration and his silly little synonyms. Hearty, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that then? Locum, you did it. You saved me from the brink. Well, what happened to the poor woman? Poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad that everyone can see that now. No, not that. Lovely, loyal, locum, lawyer. Yes? I mean, as I said before, I've just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you, local lawyer, gave my glim the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beam of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born." Well, that's very flattering, and I'm very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what to become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. There he is! There's Sherlock. Not Sherlock. Sherlock. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. You slept in. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh? The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain? Yeah. Ah, it's you. Sherlock Sholmes. Oh shit, I forgot he had beef with this guy. Oh wait, what did he say? Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters had taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Sherlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Ah. Had she been taken to hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. You know, yeah, Sherlock has a point. He has a point. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We're but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very bad about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Ah ha 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 ha. Priceless. Oh, I'm sorry, really. But that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits, and now by the Reaper, Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're not found guilty, you're still doomed. It'll be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper is trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Yeah! Not another Susato takedown! With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. This man looks fucking terrified. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. Yep, that guy looks fucking terrified. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh! It's already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honoured with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it shapes. And I've come to realise that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps a less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of a Reaper's curse? That's not it at all. Sure. Sure. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? Where would we? We're in a study trip. A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we've finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, and are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings for my bankruptcies. calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you can take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? But what it lacks in windows is more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave you behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit? Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an invaluable wake-up call. Well, think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honour to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you. And yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Yeah. Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you here, you two. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye to you so soon. Well, I've come to realise that I belong in Japan. Good for you, dude. But we'll meet again one day. We will meet again one day, probably. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I've listed down Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And my moon lamp has finally fully charged. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Here it is. Attic room. So this is to be our new office, yes. Our office? I really like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. Areas, Sholmes. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I kind of am wondering what adventures await us. Ahahaha. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my offices at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightness of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Miss Naruhodo. Welcome to London. London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Shump so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. End. Finito. And that is the end of the Adventures of the Clouded Kokoro case. Let's save our progress. The next one is The Adventures of the Unspeakable Story, which is the last case in Adventures. Yes. This is the last case in Adventures. And then after this, we'll be moving on to... we'll be moving on to Resolve. But not before we finish the first Apologists. I want to start Dual Destinies and Resolve at roughly the same time. So yeah, maybe I'll start Resolve 1 week and then I'll start Dual Destinies the next week. Anyways guys, I am going to raid out to Tenkablur. They're playing Fortnite. And yeah, let us go out and raid. So /raid Tenkablur. That's how you spell it. Hope you guys enjoy the stream, and I shall see you guys next Friday for case 4 of Apologists. Case 3. I don't remember which one I've just finished. I don't know if I just finished case 2 or case 3. I don't remember. Apologists next week. Anyways, bye guys. Bye.